How you going, guys? This is Manic Magic. I'm doing an art tutorial based on tribal style abstract, and it'd be quite a pleasure showing you this. I'm sure you'll get a kick out of it because it's very easy, very basic, and you can just go for your life basically. It's very easy, very basic. No stop start. Just excuse me. My phone registers that I'm hearing it okay, so that's good. Right, so if I go to view, it should be live, yeah. I'll bring up the YouTube just to bear with me. Now, so I don't get double feedback, do I hear it through my phone? Because I had trouble otherwise. That's good, that's good. I'll go in the broadcast room. Rightio, so I've got two cameras, but at the moment, until I sort it all out, because I just want content, and I've got a very good camera here, it's 1080p, so you can see me talk to you. That's all it's required. And what I do, not like I did yesterday, I'll change the camera mode so you can see that bigger. That's better. We got one watching. Just let me know if that's too loud. I just might whack it down a little bit. Is that better? I think that's better. Right, I'll just go and check the chat again. Wrong one. It's my inbox. Yep. Got two watching, very good. How you going, folks? So what you see this in front of me is I've got my mat. I can put this to another mat, like the cutting board mats, to stretch it. But this is just a tutorial just to show you how you present or how to apply ideas on just winging it basically. Right, so I'll make sure I'll mute that so you don't get feedback. That should be right, so I'll just go, so I'll get chat up on StreamYards. Right, let's go. Right, I've got a link in the chat. But at the moment, I'll only invite people up that are like R.C. Coughlin and that who can do give me a bit of advice or share a little bit of stuff. Right, because we're going to do a couple of things today. But at the moment, like the description says, I'm going to show a little bit of. See, this is not entirely true. If I had a blank page, I could do it. But for you guys, what I did was I used this piece of paper that I had some of my artwork where I was just painting, and it was sort of like, this is all the what's run off of the canvases. Like when I was doing some preparing for liquid pouring, acrylic pouring, there's several names. Basically, this is the sky, and this has still got to have a glaze over it to make the sky a bit lighter at the middle part. I've still got to then put a band where the trees and the mountains and stuff are. I've still got to put a lighter glaze there where the water's lighter. It's darker at the front. Then I've got to still put a band of where the sand meets the water. Then I've got to glaze over the top and make it start see-through, and then put some clear glaze and some of this stuff, which gives it a clear glaze with glitter, gives it that shimmery look. And I can actually put tiny little shells along there, or a bit of driftwood, put some grass there, even put a tree there maybe. But anyway, going back to this page here, and these are still going to be more work on them. Plus, if you'd seen yesterday's tutorial, I was doing some circles and leftover stuff to make some solar sift discs. So I cut them out, glaze it first so they don't crack or break, and then cut them out so it gives it strength. Anyway, going back to this, what I'd done as a child is when I made a mistake or I'd spilt Milo or hot chocolate in my workbook when I used to do a lot of drawings and that and reading in my bed. Silly me. What I used to do is quickly mop it up and clean it up, and life happens. But guess what used to happen? There used to be surprise left in between my pages when I sandwiched it together and then allow the pages to dry. Sometimes I'd have butterflies. Sometimes I'd have mirror images of people. One time I had two men like in a Aladdin's cave, tied up, and they had their turbans and there was gold all around them, and it's almost like they've been caught robbing, something like that. But it was a bit of a mythical painting I did, and it's surprising what you can do. You can make teddy bears, all sorts. It's surprising how it just, the imagination is creative for what's in front of your eyes. So what I've done here is, there's a bit of a smear here. Well, that's sort of like a almond shape. And then you've got a long shape here. And this just happens to be by accident. Here's some more shapes. And because it's an abstract, this is like a little token person. So I'll get a pencil, say, but often I don't even use the pencil. But for your benefit, I will. Right, so we've got a little token guy here, right? So just do it rough. Could be a little bit of a feather. Could be a headdress, the way they've got their hair. Can have sort of like an eye. The eye can be advanced, like bigger than normal, remembering this is abstract. A nose, and this could be like a little devil creature. And then you can put like tattoos. So it's like tribal. The ear is here, and feathers are there. You can put another feather. Right. So it's like a Maori sort of creature. Some tattoos on the cheek. Some tattoos distinguished on the chin. Right, and you've got your eyes. And you can paint that jade. or you can do it tribal, like native. Right, so you can put some pecs. Because those natives, they were very strong. Yeah. Hand on the hip, like they're going to battle, and then they can have their hand. Because I watch a lot of Maori New Zealander videos and tribal dances, a haka, and they stand like they're a bulldog. Like they were perfect against the English, because the English would recognise the bulldog and the Scottish, because they were very like Scottish with their skirts and stuff. And so you can wrap that around waist high, and then you can have the other hand down here, like come and get me, sort of like with a feather in their hand or one of those tools where they're going to chop your head off. So then they've got feathers at the back, grass skirt is here, grass skirt is there as their legs are there, and they have one leg at the back like that. So remembering the calf muscles up above, and they got the heel, and so that's at the back, and sometimes they have grass on it or beads, and then they'd have the other head of the leg put forward. As balance. So yeah, another bead. So there's your tribal little band. So put your pecs there, the belly button, and then sometimes they've got it above their belly button. Some of their tribal dress things, they've got their hand on their hip like that. Right. Now, here's an eye. It's an almond shape. Right. Right, and then you can, because you don't only need to have one eye, right? And what you do is you can go right from the top of the page, and then you can bring down like a nostril. And you can do it just like that, right? And then what you do is you do this. See, normally I do this freehand and do this slower and do it just with black. Right, to highlight that, just to show you, I just give an edge there. What you're doing is you're blocking it to give it a frame. So you can identify that's an image that's very important. So you go down here is on the nose. That's on their head. You can do it different ways. You can make it skinnier. This is just round. It could be a reason for, could be part of their tradition. I'm only using the abstract idea from a white person's German origins point of view. How you going there, Grant? Yes. How you been? I'm going well. Need the camera. What can't you see? Want me to bring the camera down? I can bring the camera down. Just bear with me. This camera slides down on rails. See, with the OBS, I can make it. Today I'm not using OBS. I'm just keeping it simple. But I only got it in pencil. If you can hear that. I only got it in pencil, right? But it will be highlighted with black. Now, so if I tilt the camera, I can slide this across afterwards, but I don't want to lose it all. Well, let's just leave it like that. Right. That should be right. Now, if I wanted to, I could take this so it's all right. So you see how where I've done some blotching, where I was doing preparation for my watercolour background, because I still got to turn that into a painting, right, where you put in more glazes and there's more water, the white part of the water, the sky here, more clouds, things like that. That's drying still. It's still a bit tacky. Plus with the leftover pores, I did some swirls to make some solar systems. So I'll cut them into circles. Like that one ran, but that's fine. But I can get a circle out of that and I can do whatever I like. And they'll come up nice. Now I've got a lot more somewhere floating around, but here they are. So just some old plastic, just use the leftover swirls. Yeah. Anyway, once that dried, without having a clear page where I would do, it allows you, the person that's new, could be new to this in creating, may not have the imagination. And after all, we're doing easy tasks today, right? You can fill in some of the shapes to give you an idea. So for this, I can get a texter because I normally use the texters first. Where are they? It's here somewhere. I've got very few blacks now because I've used them that much. And that's getting light too. I'll use a dark. I don't know where I put my pens. Oh, well. They're there somewhere. You could just highlight it with this too. And you don't worry about where it's not quite, the colours aren't the same, because that will be blocked in with colours. So this gives you an idea just to create a freehand tribal sort of abstract. And these become quite pretty because I'm just filling this one in gold just to highlight it, to frame in what I'm trying to do. Because a lot of these tribal abstract paintings that they did meant something, and there was a group of stories in one, because there could be a story here, there could be a story there, and it could be a continuous story, like a storyboard, like when you're making movies. And because they were quite smart, they just didn't catch fish and hunt and bread. Like, there was more to it. They had a very structured society. They were actually scientists in their own right, especially the New Zealanders and all those Samoan cultures. They were scientists in their own right, and people laugh at me when I tell them. But they knew all about the stars. They knew all about how the world sort of was created, and they used elements of fire for heating up water and making pits, like quite a few metres below the ground. So here, I've done a little tribal man. So I'll do him in a jaded green colour, because if this isn't quite jade, I just add a blue. And that's okay, that's a nice jade. Right. I can even highlight it if I want. Remembering it doesn't have to be perfect. So all you are is just doing almond shapes and connecting, right? Here, a neck, you can make the neck look longer, because it made it more fierce looking anyway, especially the way they decorated themselves and their posture. It made them like bulldogs, plus by putting their legs up and that, it's sort of like, I'm here, I'm waiting, and I can get you at any time. And it was sort of like, it's like the Americans and the Russians. None of them really want to go to war, but they sort of don't want to kill each other, but they sort of test the water all the time, and that's the way their warfare was. They'd sooner not shed blood Not until they had to. So they'd wear this like a cloak on their back, and how it was created would they'd sew and fold these reeds, and they were like a flax sort of reed. I don't want to get into the technical side of it because I don't know all the terms and that enough. And the way they do it is like a mat, but they make their skirts and shoulders coats out of it. But then they would sew feathers in layers in like shingles, like on a roof, and that would then, or depending on the structure of the tribe, of how wealthy they were, how abundant the animals were, the birds, etc., would depending on how beautiful their cloak would be. And they'd do the feathers in like a mandala, and it'd take a long, long time, and the women would make that for the king or a great warrior. Nowadays, there's some really nice big wall hangings where it's done with it, and they do the melandella underneath the reeds as a circle and then frame it. And they're really good wall hangings for lounge rooms and big tribal conference areas and things like that. What's this? Underground. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm going back to your chat. Sorry, I only just got it. Hunger. Yeah, that's right. It controls the temperature depending on how far you put it underground as well, and how much hot soil and rocks between the food. And it's perfectly through tradition. They had to cook. Yeah, the rocks hold the heat. The right depth is the temperature, and they feed dozens, lots of people. A lot of the Samoan and the islanders would do that, and have a really good feast. So I don't know how lame that music, but I get feedback, and it's like I'm watching the music over and over again. Does that sound all right to you guys? The music, my voice? See, what you do here is you just do a track, and it doesn't matter how perfect these circles are, because you fill it in between the circles. Well, that one made a bit of a mess of that one, but that's okay. You know why? Made a mess of that one. So you fill in this area. So that you could spend lots of hours doing this, or you could just do this just roughly, because it will all sort itself out. Just got to remember sort of like where the circles are, if the circles don't appear, because that's where you play games with the page. Where there's white, you leave it white, or if you want to make it a little bit bigger, you add a bit of white. Right, so see how all these little triangles I'm filling in? Right. And remember, I put a tape around here, and they'll give it a nice little border. So afterwards, you get a white, you get a nice strong white. Are you going to go and eat? But come back. And then what you do is, I've got these styluses. Where are they too? They're in here somewhere. Here's one. You get a stylus like this. They're just knobs, good for clay and polymer clay, for doing hot sockets for your eyes and things like that. But if you dip that in paint and just dot it where it needs a dot. And you can go back and do that to the whole page in whites or blacks, reds, anything. How silly of me, I left the lid off just a short time. That sort of the tip gets dry till it runs back down. That's better. The reason why I'm doing an abstract one today, I've got to keep it simple, like the simple joys. The reason is, there's some people out there want to learn how to do art, where I've had years of experience, like 47 years of experience or maybe more. because I've been doing art as long as I can remember sitting on my mum's lap. Whether it was just with the finger painting, but I can remember Mum was saying when I was 2, I was using her cray pastes. Like we're talking about the adult cray pastes, not your crayons. I went from adult crayons to the cheapy stuff in the schools. So I was well advanced. And I try to keep reminding myself that I just want to keep it basic for you. Because this will all come together like all art does. Now, see here how you've got the green? We'll use that to set the margin. To add a bit of colour there, a bit of jade. Like the last tutorial, I had hardly anyone coming on, but I had a lot of people watching the and it went for 3 hours, but people have been cruising, and I mean I've got a lot of videos now, and my attention rate went from 2 minutes per video on average, jumped up to 7.5, and it's climbing. I had to readjust all my videos because it's it's not a new law. It's with the COPA, with the children. See, I wanted to have my cake and eat it too and cater for the children. And I think the Simple Joys have been under the acts of showing children and that, even when they're their own children and they have permission, and they won't show their videos. And this has been going for the year 2014. What was happening was, there's an eye there, just sorry, is with the cookies, people accept cookies so they don't have to remember their passwords, their addresses, so it will copy and paste it, automatically does, Google does. And Google and Facebook and YouTube made an agreement that children...
Sorry, I don't understand.
That they can't pass on that information. through cookies of children, because passing that information on, the cookies allow the number one way of passing on information. And because it passes on information, it can sell anything to children and target them. So that's what the big stink is. So YouTube have been ignoring it for some time, and they've been caught up with, and they got fined. YouTube and Facebook got fined millions of dollars, and per person or per video relating to children. And the problem was they kept doing it, so they made an agreement that they paid out the people that are in question, like breaching the rules and the laws. What else should I do here? I'm basically only following the lines. Don't know what this is creating. It will create something. Here I sort of got an idea, but this one I'm actually trying to get the jade out of it. I don't know what it's creating. All I know is this is creating some form of cloak, right? It's a native. This is their headdress. Feathers here. That's it. Feathers are here. They even have feathers coming out here. And they have this, like a, sort of like a sword thing. I don't know how it's shaped, but I'm just going by memory. They'll do. Just put a point on it. And I think it just sort of, like club sort of point. Because this is tribal, I'm going through the Samoan theme. Thank you, Southern Belle. Yeah. I'm just trying to create from patterns here. Remembering these aren't real people, it's only abstract, similar to the traditional in Siberia, in Switzerland, where they did a lot of folk art. They have their own ways and ideas. So this cloak here comes down over their shoulders. And then they have a skirt coming around their bum. So that sometimes they would show their bum, depending on what their skirt was. And their skirt would come down at the front sometimes. Sort of come down like that and show their bum off to give them sort of it's sort of like Team Soldem, salt the enemy. And that's what they were after. Yeah. because they'd have one hand on their hip and the other one going like that a bit. So these are sort of like a necklace with some teeth, and they'd have that's their pecs sort of thing. I'm just sort of like highlighting, showing strength, even though that would cover, that grass thing would cover it. It's probably a bit dark. See if it's lighter. This one here. No, that's more of it's not really working for me. I can fix that because this is where it doesn't quite work. I put gesso and it lightens up the textures. So here's more of a jade colour. Let's try this out. Might even lighten this up. This is better. That's the colour I want. And all I do is roughly colour it in because you want texture. Because I could glaze this afterwards just to highlight it. Because then what you do, if I had a black, wherever my black is, I had it there before. And guess what? I think I found it. I found my black, guys. I knew I had it, blah, blah. It's just this where you can go. This is why I don't like using pencil because you can't see it very well. So I just wing it. So I showed you how to use the pencil, start of the video. So now, hopefully with a bit of confidence, you can just try to wing it with the technique that I'm using. This plaque's not too good either. I've been using it heaps. It's running out of, it feels empty too. Not much in it. It's like using pencil. I'll have to buy some more. Wait till I go shopping. Look, you can see, look, there's no more ink in there. That's terrible. I don't know where all my others are. I've got some ink pens here, but I can use black, but I have to mist it afterwards, because if I don't, it will blend. See if it works better. It's a bit brighter. Because if you don't put water on it, you don't deactivate it. If you put water on it, it activates it when you brush it. But by putting mist on it and don't touch it, it will stabilize it. That's the beauty of these pens. They don't really make good circles either, but it's only the effect I'm after. Because I call these scribble doodles. So see if YouTube wants to bar me from saying that. It's not the best pen. Do you get the idea? It's still going to be very effective once it's finished. Because I'm just going to do this only bar with this, and then I'll do other techniques. Should have my glasses so I can see, but I think I'm doing all right. How you going, Charlie? I just seen you. Oh yes, I do know where Lightning Ridge is. It's in Queensland. It's got beautiful April. But we have a place called Cooperpedy, about 2.5 hours away. No, sorry, my mistake. 8 hours away, which is just holes in the ground in a nice little town. Makes amazing pizza. And I used to own a pizza shop, so I know what a good pizza tastes like. And good steak and good caravan park. And they do Opal as well. And then I'd be able to sell a lot of art there. But I do a lot of drone flying here, and I want to do a lot of art with the river and stuff, and with the Aboriginal mythical creatures and in the abstract manner. Not going to paint like an Aboriginal. It's just abstract. Not making fun. Just my version of it. And just to explain, because there's a lot of Aboriginals out here that don't even know the old stories where I was brought up by some Aboriginal families, First Nation, and they taught me a lot of stuff, a lot of stories with my Aboriginal friends, so I can pass those stories on to them about their tradition, how they hunt, what they hunt. The woman always gets fed first. The man hunts for the woman, eats last. Because if the woman got milk, the baby will always not go hungry. Because if the lady doesn't have milk, she'll pass it on to the auntie or the daughter and feed the baby. So the baby will always have milk. And where he'll eat as he goes, little bits, just to survive, but he will bring home the fish. And they have bony bream here in the Murray River where I live, and it's a terrible fish because it's considered the worst fish because it's very bony, but it's got a lot of nutrition. So the bony bream, river bream that is, that's woman's fish, because they'll always they're like a pest in the natural river, so they always get caught in the net or line, and so they know that the woman will never go hungry. And that's a good thing for the men, because then the man knows he can eat. And there'll always be black kangaroo, which is a small kangaroo species they have around the river areas, and they're in abundance. And they come out just on dark, where the sun's coming down. And it's beautiful. Oh, you loved art as a little child? Yeah, complications. I went through the same thing. As long as I could remember sitting on my mum's lap, learning how to do pastels and oil colours and oil paints and drawing and finger painting and I mean finger paint, I still finger paint. And I then was told or suggested or just how I felt, maybe I need to get a real job. What makes money? Because this can take a long time, very unforgiving, a long time before you get a payment until you get good. And now I do this full time because of illness, and I've still got a salary of a pension back me up. That's the only way I can survive. And I might sell a bit here and there. And it's the only way I can do it. You have to be really, really good. But I paint now what I love, but I've got some really good creations that I sell really good. And they will make some good money. Because I've got techniques that I've put together now that I've got better, and using the techniques the best I can, and exploit the techniques, combine them to make a full package. Because there's a lot of people doing this technique, that technique, but I've found ways of combining them or learning from other people's mistakes. Because so many people have, when they practice, I'd say, yell at the TV, stop, it looks good. And then they'd go overboard. And if you stop sometimes there, let it dry, then come back and add a bit more, and then it's surprising what you can create. And I think that's where it comes back from when I was a child, where I've built a chocolate drink on my pad and whatnot, and folded it and then let it dry, and then used it as a guide to, like I'm doing here, just creating art. See, at the moment I'm just filling in, blocking in with the little circles. Like they were supposed to be all neat, but I haven't got my glasses and I haven't got the right pen, but I can still make a crazy art. I'll try and create some spin effects in a minute. Some circles and then do some spin effects around it. Different culture. I mean, you look at New Zealand and they make amazing mandalas, and mandalas were traditionally used for a king's or great warrior's dress or cloak, and what is made out of reeds or some form of vegetation, and then they'd sew feathers overlapping like shingles with a mandala, and they were brilliant. See, afterwards I was explaining that I get the white and I use a stylus and I will tap like up here and get the white in where the white page isn't showing, where it's not showing, just to highlight it. Because the white is the hero and this is just the back part. And I won't do that until I've filled in what I need to fill in. So here where I started with the other pen until it started running out, because I run out of all my blacks. This is an ink pen. It's just to randomly, so it looks like it's blended from lighter to darker. Once I do the highlights and the borders, it becomes to pop. Yeah, I sort of like told myself to go and get a real job. Plus, I got a bit disheartened when I went to this old house and they were selling like an art gallery, and some of the art was appalling. But I've learned since that it was still art. It wasn't quite the art that I thought I could have achieved and sold it and still not get the support where they were getting. But after all, at the end of the day, don't even know if they sold a piece. But they was there for display. Gee, I'm going through a lot of ink because that's dead dry now. And I've gone for about 5 in the last week. Just to show you what's up there. I'll just show you another couple of examples, if I can, without making a mess. I've got the... What happened to the music? Let's play some music. There we go. Instead of listening to my voice. This is just an example of some of the shirts that I make. And this is just on the back of the shirt. And I'll get this into shop. This is supposed to be copyright music, but I remember this tune a bit. I don't want to tell YouTube, they might axe me. This is sort of like the church, how tribal met religion, like missionaries. And that's what that describes. Because these are the traditional mandalas that I added my own creation, but the inspiration of the natives of Polynesian areas. This is what they do. This is the abstract of tribal painting, and you can see how I've got the white there, and they're their headdresses, and then you got the little babies and the kids growing up to become warriors, and you see all the eyes there. They're all wanting to be like their dad, their hero, and then you've got their headdresses there, their curved headdresses, and that's what that represents. And they'll have feathers coming out, and it's just abstract of it. It's not to be a true representation, but I varnish this and epoxy resin it, and then I border it with like this sort of ribbon is to represent the crosshatch of like their huts and stuff, and that's what that's supposed to represent. And then there's this just, if I slide it down that way, this is one of the examples where it's just a mandala, and these are all shells. And more shells, and this is what they got out of. See how that's those little shells that you string together, like they used to make a lot of coffee coasters and stuff. The white man did, and yeah, these are designed where you can make mandalas like cloaks, but now we just, when I say we, I'm not a true person of that nation, but I enjoy creating work from it. So yeah, they're just examples. Yes, the country's absolutely beautiful there. Yeah, I live at Barmera, which is on the river, which is one of the capitals of oranges and fruit, vegetables, vineyards, avocado. I want to explore in breeding camels and goats, a lot of goats in this area, a lot of wombats south of us. Yeah, I want to incorporate a lifestyle with my channel, whether it's here or elsewhere, whether I rent a property or something, because there's some nice properties out here. If I can't own, I can rent, where they'll basically, because they can't sell a lot of them, they'll let you do what you want. Right now. Might try dark blue there. Where's that stylus? See, this is a stylus used for clay and stuff, and I use it for painting as well. These are water holes. This would be a map of water holes where they link together. some of the rivers have springs, and that's where the water hole comes from. And then the excess runs off. See, the reason why I use a stylus is because the Aboriginals, say, the native people, will often would do a line around a circle, and a circle bigger and bigger. And this is just a method I do, because it doesn't have to be perfect. It's to make swells. Because after all, that's all they were trying to create anyway. Often, not always. Sometimes they had significance reasons. So what I'm trying to create here, see how that's skinny there? It's just to make it more uniform, right? Because it doesn't have to be perfect. The reason being is you're only blocking it in, and the little dots that you use with a stylus, which could be red because of the type of soil, things like that, and it will create it. And what I want to do is create spin effects out here. So I'll use a yellow. So I'll put a dot there. Whoop. A dot there. A dot there. One there. One there. And one there. And one there. Art is all to do with It's not making mistakes or covering up. But as you add more detail, you're actually sprucing it, would be a better term. Sprucing it up, getting a little bit more finer detail. What you do? Oh, how you going, Dre? Good to see you come in. Yeah, I'm just doing some tribal abstract and just showing some techniques that I learned from a lot of Aboriginal cousins, because I grew up with a lot of Aboriginals, First Nation people in Australia. So I do a type of technique which is abstract. So I don't want to call it Aboriginal painting, because that's really they're the owners of their sort of art. But even though that it's dying out, and it needs people like myself as well to revive it, because to express what they know. I know a fair bit of the stories and what these symbols mean, but I don't try to how would I preach it, because it's not for me to do that, because I don't think I have the right to. This is a very quicker way of doing it. They used to have a little brush, or then they converted with cotton buds, or they'd have, to do their dots, they'd use skewers or matchsticks or sticks they carved up. Where I use some professional tools, which is for clay. See, I'm adding a little bit of Polynesian to a bit of Aboriginal abstract, whatever goes. This is like a jade, what they'd have on a handle of a jade knife, which is very rare, whether the kings would have it and whether they'd be stolen by other tribes and stuff like that. Now, I'll keep that like that. Don't want to, might put a border around that just to isolate it. And I think I'll put another one just with the excess, because I don't like waste. I'm a shocker. Don't like waste. See, I like swirling it. It gives a bit 3D, but it shows, because originally they'd do these circles by hand and then do the dot paintings around it. Because these represent water holes. That represents a chain of river with water holes. And so they have a significance. Up at past Cooper Pedy, past Lead Creek and that, they have some where the Afghans were employed and migrated here in South Australia to do the telegraph route and the road to Darwin from Adelaide. And as they were moving up to from Adelaide, well, they lead a lonely life when they're only just men. So they mated with a lot of Aboriginal people. That's better. I've used all the yellow. And so there's a lot of Afghan cross Aboriginal people. And where I used to live at Dublin, that's where they actually originated from Adelaide. And they stayed there until they went up north. Well, just up north from Cooper Pedy, middle of Australia, there's a chain of water holes. And if they didn't have the chain of water holes there, the top end of Australia the way it is now would not have been discovered because they needed water basically halfway so they could survive. A lot of explorers that they supported actually died. Burke and Wills was famous for it. This is driving me crazy. Come on, play the music. Play the music. And what I want to do is some spin effects here. And so therefore, instead of using paint, I could probably use some yellow texture. I want to try to keep out of the greens because they were very much like a lot of traditional artists where they only had the red, blue and yellow, where the Aboriginals were unique. They had a lot of ochre, red, yellow, not a lot of blue because it wasn't available. But yeah, I noticed in a lot of their paintings now, they do use a lot of other different colours that they wouldn't traditionally use, which is quite gorgeous. But they had their oranges, reds, yellows, greys, blacks, and ochre was a big one because ochre was between orange and yellow and maybe a little bit of grey in it to give it that unique colour. Nearly forgot that was wet. That's okay. Yeah. What you do is you paint some splotches like this, just random. I like to go everywhere, like you're doing coloured spots, but in like a splotchy colour. So it's a bit more even because it gives it a really good effect. Because then you, I'll do one here. I've worked out what I want to do there. I'm just going to do it all around that, and that'll border it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got to do one more because I hate even numbers. Just something to do. So I've got 9 colours. Right, now, an orangey colour. I want to ochre, if I can, something similar to that. That's an orange. I'll use that. But I do want an ochre. Oh well. I'll find it eventually. But still lots of textures. got some brown. That goes well with the orange, and then the red, because that highlights it complements each other like the autumn. Yeah. I can always put gold over brown as well and yellow, and that will actually turn it into like a an ochre. I said yoker, didn't I? Basically, this is supposed to go in another pot. Keep everything. Wonder why I can't fit my textures in there, because I've got them in there. That's okay. See, I can make them all glitter and everything too. But I just want to keep this basic, just to give you a bit of a tribal treat. Yes, they would never have made the camels from the Afghans Birken wheels. And I know some of the grandchildren from the Afghans. I'm actually writing a book about it, because there's not enough explained about it. There's a couple of little villages where the Aboriginals are native, because I did a lot of work up through that area as a fence contractor. So I have a lot of knowledge of the stories and a lot of traditions, and I want to write a book and do further research and show some photos of where they originated and their first houses were, because in Dublin is where they come from, which is a name that came from Ireland, but a lot of, like Perth and different town names, were related to the UK, and they adopted it. And yeah, they did their camel trot because they had a Birken Wheels station, because Birken Wheels was not Birken Wheels, Cobb and Co, which they got an antique place where the stables at the back of the pub at Dublin, a lot of history before they revamped it. And that's where a lot of the mail come from Adelaide and from Sydney and to Perth and Alice Springs. And the mail run went there, as well as they used to have stagecoach as the land was developed into roads. So I'm just turning the volume off so I can do the hairdryer. Make sure I remember to put the mic on. Right, I'm going to do a brown, because the brown complements the yellow. I'm just going to avoid this blue, but that doesn't matter. I don't have to be accurate. All I do is swells, right? And that represents aerial view of spinifex. It's not the spinifex plant, it's the areas that the spinifex grew. And each colour doesn't actually represent the spinifex. It represents the type of foods relating around that spinifex area, because a lot of these tribal paintings were actually aerial views of where the land was, and it begs to have an understanding. How did they know how the land looked as a drone view? You asked this question in Peru and different places, Japan, in Great Britain, in Egypt. How did they have contact with UFOs? I don't know. Another species, because this is where they knew, as an aerial map, of where the things grew and habitated, if that's a word, or created the habitat. I got away with that. I made a pizza tonight. Me being a pizza cook, I was very, very disappointed with myself. I don't think it's because I'm a bad cook. It's just that my mind sort of wanders a bit at the moment because of my illness and not being 100% thinking. I forgot that I had it going, and now it's black. Yeah, so never mind. So I went hungry tonight. I never go hungry. I'll find something. Oh, speaking of that, I've got a nice drink here. I need to have a guzzle. Yes, I'll be making videos, and because I lived in that areas, I want to go on a trek and take lots of vlogs. That will be my goal for my YouTube challenge, as I write the book and then come back here to my home base and write the books, because I've got other books that are about the nurses that were up there, and a love story and a journey about the priest. The priest had a bit of a shaded life as well, and he asked for forgiveness without giving away the book because he sinned with the Aboriginal children, and it touches on a bit of a taboo. I can't explain it here because YouTube won't allow me. It's to do with sodomy, and I don't know if YouTube will allow me to use that word. He was only a young priest, and he was he fell in the trap of forbidden fruit. This is the old story in the Garden of Eden. Have what you cannot have. And I think in different forms, some of us have been subject to that. So yeah, this represents, the different colours represent the different species in the area. What's good hunting and stuff like that. What I haven't touched on is they'll do a lot of tracks, like emu tracks, kangaroo feet, across the aerial view, And what that represents is where the kangaroos and emus, and they have a certain corridor. When I say corridor, they often will frequent a certain path to good food and water areas, similar to cattle in Australia. They always went to the same place, and the kangaroos did too, because they can't just go looking. They have to have a source that's there permanently, else they'll just die. I do get some tribal music I could use, but anything goes at the moment. I just want to do my art. I mean, we got constantly 4 or 5 people here. I mean, you keep them there for a couple of hours. My channel will slowly grow. So, in all my art pieces, in anything I do, I feel like a sculpture. I'd actually feel like the person if I was sculpting a person, or what that person would be doing. And that's all comes down to understanding the proportions and everything, and what they've been through, and their face. And like I've got this example of a grapevine. Every little part of the grapevine, and even where it's been the oldest or the newest shoots, I'd feel that grapevine as it's growing. People don't understand that unless you have that imagination to create such art. The reason why it's important, if you feel one with your art piece, you'll be able to get it as close as possible to the likeness. See, the reason why they didn't have a lot of green in their artwork is most of their paint, because paint's made up of different substances for longevity. And longevity, the best longevity you have is ground up stone, because stone's there forever, whether it's in different shape or form. Sometimes it gets compact, gets eroded, can be compact under fusion. If you've got the ability to break it up into small particles, it becomes a pigment. It shows up colour with certain water or glues. Because the Aboriginals added glues with their pigments as well, because they had resins and stuff like that they got from plant life and down in the ground and different ways. And where a lot of the greens and that come from plant life. Well, plant life isn't very stable for its longevity, because plant life is meant to decay and rot and not be very stable, for the reason of regenerating, allowing the plant life to generate more plant life. That's why it's best to burn plants and stuff to regenerate. Well, the first European Australians found that out, because luckily there was a farmer on board, like our mate Gray. Well, I don't know if he's a farmer, but he's got a farmer's accent from the UK. I like stirring him up. Yeah, so much history in Lightning Ridge. See, a lot of art is symbolic because they can paint, which the Aboriginals have proven. Some of the best painters have been Aboriginals where they can have their likeness, but you're living in a dry, arid climate, and sometimes you've got to save your resources, not to spend painting hour after hour after hour, because they're there to give a story for survival. Well, they haven't got forever to get that story across because they want to explain where the best water holes are, where the turtle is, where the black magpie geese are, black kangaroo. So with the big paintings, I would do this bigger, like I'd have a Spinamax patch about that big, as big as this, in a per spot. But this is just a small example. And remembering I do dot painting all around. The reason why the dot painting is significant to point out where the trail of the important parts are, and that would be important as it's sacred and don't ruin the water hole. In fact, some of the water holes would be buried in dust and natural soil, so their tradition was to unbury it and dig it up, because the reason is if they have a water hole there in the middle of the desert, the animals and that will come. It's from the little smallest to the biggest. And therefore, if there's plenty of animals there, there will be the Aboriginals will be able to survive. They'll have hunting. And in the top end, the desolate part of Australia, it's shown now scientifically that some animals hibernate under the dirt in a liquid sack, like frogs and stuff, fish, and when the wet season comes, they come back to life. So when the Aboriginals, and they know the wet season's coming, they actually used to mimic the frogs and mimic other animals to stimulate them to start getting them mating as soon as possible. Because as soon as there's one, they'd hear one, they would mimic them. Plus it'd be them celebrating. So they knew what they were doing. Well, that orange is nearly cactus. What have I done with all the oranges? I used to have heaps. See, this red's probably no good to it's been half off. I'll just check it. Well, no, it's a good one, actually. It needs the oranges. See, I've used them that much. I might have to resort to paint. There is another way. See if this looks through. So, yeah, it does. Who says they didn't have glitter? I use a lot of nail polish and not necessarily this sort of this doesn't matter. I try and keep it authentic on some of my bigger pieces. See where the colours touch? Because this will be all complete with colours, right? And then I actually put a black border or a spotted border, dots, all the way around each of the colours. And does it pop? So you can leave a gap there so you don't go into the yellow, because the black will hide that. I like to have a bronze next to a yellow. So if I can get because it really is a good contrast. I don't want to get it in the yellow, else I'll clog up the nail polish. This is nearly out anyway, but I've got other bronzes. Right. So you got to understand, I'm just doing this for fun and I'm just putting pattern here and there. But when the Aboriginals, they were doing this is part of their map. And so it would be important for it to get it right. Because, one, you want to be able to trust your people that they got it right. And two, you don't want to take them to a place where they're going to starve and run out of water or run out of food. Comes to like those old the comedy ones of the prehistoric cavemen and that, where they get it all wrong. I mean, that's humour, but man, when it's real life, there's no time for laughing. Excuse me. Oh, I've got a tickle in my throat. Excuse me, I'll turn the mic off. Have a quick drink. What's that? What's that there, Charlie? Michelangelo used to love to use his imagination, and he was a genius. And people are still talking about him about 400 years later. But Aboriginal art has been around over 1,000. Well, Charlie, just to educate you, it's more like 28,000 years ago that they are still being existent in this country. Regardless of how long they were there. But Michelangelo, as being a genius, he used to get mocked a lot. Plus, he used to get frustrated because he could only develop paints of what was available and what the kings and queens could give him. And some of the kings and queens weren't willing to give him what he needed. So he had to make all sorts, and some of his works never lasted. He used to try anything. Inventions and longevity of products all comes down to the resources and how well the kings and queens put their money into it. Years ago, like in the UK and different places in France and whatnot, they used to have people that were blacksmiths and craftsmen, and they were called mystery merchants. To be able to create longevity so people never stole the trade secret, instead of having a patent, they called a mystery merchant. So they were given a product to make, and they had someone that planned it, measured it. This is what we'd like you to make. Say, go to a blacksmith or a carpenter or whatever other trade. Could you be able to create that? And they would only have one part of it. So they wouldn't know what it is or what it was for. Or they'd know how to craft it the best they could. But when you put all those things together, it created whatever they created. And only certain people were privy of it. And that's how things were developed. And unfortunately, they spent most of their money in war and bad stuff like locks and torture and stuff like that. See, a lot of the artists had the same problem. Like the famous one in Italy, Michelangelo and different artists, they worked for certain kings, but they weren't giving him the money that he needed. to do his inventions and his art. So he went to this ruthless king that was warmonger. And so he ended up designing catapults, designing machine guns, arrow launchers where they do like 20 arrows at a time. Gatling gun he invented, the theory of it. Different boxes where they had explosives coming out. Yeah, he was a big inventor of a lot of war things because that's where the money was. And that would give him some money, and then he'd go and buy what he needed to do his art. And that's an unfortunate part. So he had a very bad reputation for a while of in the warmongering side of it. But that's not his fault. He had to go where the money was. So he got a bad reputation or a bad name for a while, which is, I think, uncalled for. He's still a genius in my eyes. I mean, invented surgical equipment so he could actually get the job done. See, like I've gone on to something else, but that's gives the oven allowed to dry, and then I can look back and say, oh, I can do it this way or do it that way. See, I'm doing a lot of colour with these sort of art because some of these other natives in Samoan areas and whatnot, they had ability of using different colours because, unfortunately, they had abundance of rainforests and they used to use animals, and some animals let off certain glands to ward off other animals to eat them if they're poisonous. So they used to take advantage of some of these colours and use them in their art. So some of the art was quite poisonous. You used to have real blues and greens and stuff like that. I used to put the tips of the arrows, do all sorts of things. Yes, I did a lot of war machines. You got to take your path wherever you can get it, wherever it takes you, I should say. Now, yellow, browns, reds. I wanted an orange though. I want a bright orange. It's a yellow. It's not the same. I think I might have orange, yeah. It's the pink. You're orange. Beautiful. I see. Problem is, orange is my favourite colour, and I've got hundreds of pens, and I use a certain one until I run out. Now I've got to go and buy, and unfortunately these pens, you've got to buy hundreds of them to get the really good colours, and I'll end up having thousands of pens before I have the colour that I really need. So what I now do is try to select the primary and secondary colours only. So I've got more nail polish there, but that's not getting me my orange. I found more glitter too, but this weighs the skin of cat. I'll do some more yellow. Press the jukebox machine. Come on. Should be playing now. It took a little while for the music to come on. You might be only just getting it now. Now it stops again. I'll have to learn to put it on my other device, I think. I got it hardwired too. It's still cutting in and out. So now, I don't want to put yellow against yellow. So I'll put a little trail there of different colour. So I can go here with yellow. I suppose it doesn't matter anyway. This is going to have a dot between it. Dot or a line. The dot's there actually. So I don't think it would have mattered. I forgot about my own rules. There ain't no rules. I'm glad that's dry, but it's tacky. See, there wasn't a lot of purple. Well, there wasn't any, because it's only the Romans and that had purple, because purple was set for the royalty, because there was only one place near the Rock of Gibraltar in Spain, the area that the English owned. That's why the English and the Italians were able to trade the purple. It was done by a certain shellfish. It was actually their poo or something that leached on the rocks of where they lived, and they would crush it up, the shellfish, to make the purple, and it wasn't very much available, so they'd use that as a dye for their materials and stuff, and some of their paintings, but it was only set for the best transcripts that the kings could afford to be written. So basically, the richer the church was at the time, if they could afford to use purple in their transcripts, but it was very valuable, and a lot of times only saved for certain times. So you get colour. A lot of wars were fought over colours. Believe it or not. Now I'm going to, because I haven't got any orange, I'm going to try mixing. See, I used a lot of orange on my butterfly. That's why I got no orange. But I do have orange paint. So what I'll do is I'll get most of these colours closer and start painting some orange in. It's just I don't like a lot of paint there while I'm messing around with texture or Sharpies. See, the Aboriginals used a lot of bark, but they used to blacken the bark and strain it, similar to what the natives and the migrants that up in Canada and America and that, where they used to make their log cabins and they used to burn flat pieces of timber and scar them with charcoal, and they used to make the timber last longer. One, it used to heat the sap up in the timber, plus it used to reject the water, the moisture level better, and snow. Well, that's the same way as their bark drawings, so they last longer. And they'd flatten it out too, because heat, like the shipbuilders, use water to heat up the wood. Same deal. So they do all these things, even though shipbuilders from the other side of the globe were doing very similar techniques. Because they used to have canoes and stuff and big river craft. It's just that the white people took a lot of that stuff away from them. They weren't aware of it, a lot of the new generations. Yep, that's how purple was invented. They used to fight over that wars just for that material. That's why you only have purple for royalty, because the rich could only afford it, because they'd have to fight big, massive wars over it. It'll be perfect. I'll be able to put all orange in there. But just want to highlight the gaps in between. Yeah, so I've got a wealth of information. I used to study 15th century history as well, about how names and sayings come about. Which is another story we'll save for another live stream. When I do thatch roofs and that, I can tell you a lot about that. I was a stonemason. Well, I am for years, and can tell you why some parts of the structure are called a coin. The stonemasons would make the structure, and they'd leave a coin with a date in the corner where the coins are, where the brickwork or stone structure was staggered. So create a stronger structure. They'd put a coin there for the date. Plus, it would tell who the king, because they're the ones that had the money that were getting paid. So they'd give a lowest currency and put a coin there, gave the date, plus it was longevity, and it'd still be in the structure once the structure was pulled down. And that would tell the date, and it was something that the stonemason could leave there. They could represent how long it's been, that structure's been built, because a lot of the coins of those dates had a date for a reason. The reason why the date was it was hard to manufacture coins. It was easy to manufacture coins without any writing on it, and it told whether they were new coins in the mint or not. There's a lot of reasons why. So hence why they called that part of the structure a coin. I always wanted to know until I did my apprenticeship, and I learnt that. One of the first things I learnt, because the stonemason that I was learning my apprenticeship from was proud to let me know, because it's something that not many people know. It'll pop soon, Dre. I've got to highlight it with black all around each colour, and it will become real tribal then. Now I've got to try and get an orange, and because all my oranges are run out, you see, because I was doing a blanket big butterfly, orange wings. All right, looks like I'll have to get the orange paint out. Lucky I've got plenty of orange paint. Well, I thought I did. Oh, that's not really orange. It's more of a red. Where have we got it? I thought I put all the paint here together. I do, actually. If I had a big tub of all sorts, probably could see the orange end. Oh, God. Throat. Oh, sorry. Oh, my drink's run out. All right. Let's get my stylus. Where's my stylus? I've got several styluses, so yellow I don't need. Here's my stylus. Right. What I do is I paint direct. Whoops. Just put a spot there. Spot there. Whoops. Don't get too heavy-handed. Remember, these won't be just circles. Wait, that was a big one, but I can take the excess. Not one there. One there. One there. One there. That should keep it going. Because any of the excess, so I don't go over, I'll use in the areas that I need it. So where I can, I will be heavy-handed. See, I needed that purple. Sorry, orange. I was only just talking about purple. Purple. About how the kings could only use it, bought it, because the wars were fought over it. And that's why there's certain colours in the world that they use prominently, depending on where it was invented. Right, need some over here. Right, put the lid back on because I'll take up a lot of the orange. Here on the camera, the red and the orange look very similar, but once it dries, right, I'll use a little stylus. Don't have to put it all the way to the edge because there'll be tiny little dots or lines, depending what I choose, in those between each colour. Because originally I would dot all these individually, like every colour would be dotted. But I found this was faster and still had the same effect. I know it's laziness, but when you got any time I have, doggy takes up my time. I mean, even if it's very relaxing and taking vlogs, she's important that I give her attention. So yeah, you're getting a history lesson here today of Australia and how purple was invented, how the famous artists funded their art, had to go to ruthless kings to manufacture war machines, else they wouldn't be where they are. I study a lot of famous artists. Come on, music. Mr. Music, you can play. I mean, I'm not a traditional Aboriginal, so I don't have to get it exact, but I do try to preserve some part of it by having similar colours to what they actually used, um, for respect's sake. But to get the dots right and accurate like they do, which is a great skill, I'd do it if I was trying to sell an art piece similar, as I think the person that's buying it deserves the skill of, like, say, the Aboriginal. That's why I don't sell this sort of work, because I only do elements of it just for the sake of I enjoy that style of art. I think it'd be disrespectful to try to pass it off as Aboriginal art. The music come back. The bandwidth on this computer. I'm going to purchase SSD card for it, for the laptop. It's my secondary computer, and the reason is my main computer handles it, but I like doing a bit of music separate so I can control it. Now you can see how that's piecing together now. So that's why to get this similar technique, you don't need to do the individual dots. But the Aboriginals, they took their paintings very seriously. So their dots, having them very, very particularly located, evenly apart, symmetrical, of a good artist, that is, because not all of them, it's like everyone. You have good artists and you have ones that aren't as good. But, man, they take a lot of pride in their art. Experiencing it, you have a full understanding of appreciation of what they actually do to achieve it. It's a lot of work. Like, some people that don't understand the art say that's not art. Yes, it is. Move over. This is like camouflage. See, Dre and I and a few other fellas, we go and play warships, and we have camouflage to get extra points. And sometimes everything we do go back to warships. See, Dre and I, we know each other fairly well. So he's a good friend of mine. So this is where the art comes into it. You know that when it's only a couple of pieces on a paper, you have imagination, you know where it's going to finish, of how it's going to look when it finishes. It's the same with just the basics of a pencil line going from a dot to a dot. An artist often will see that pencil line from that dot to that dot, dot A to dot B, whether it's a straight line or if it's a curved line. They'll see it before they actually apply it. That's why often their strokes, whether it's paint strokes or pencil strokes, are very accurate because they've already seen what they're about to create. This is how you get the little points and it makes it a lot more detailed. The brown really doesn't show up either, but it will once the black goes around it. In this camera anyway, but it will all come good. Because when I did the butterfly, it didn't show up a lot of the orange with the black. But then once it finished and dried, man, did it pop. Got a heap of paint there too. That's good. Exactly. I don't want to disrespect the culture. That's why I call it tribal abstract. It's a play with words. I'm not trying to be an Aboriginal painter. I'm just showing techniques where you can do different sorts of arts and enjoy it. Like I said, some Aboriginal children, because I have some families live around me, and because I'm culturally, how would I put it, fond of, because I grew up with them. So they come to the door asking for some money with a special charity tin, because let's face it, some of these Aboriginal people come in the lowest category of poverty, and they do need a bit of help. Whatever the reason is, they didn't ask the white man to come and upset their life, and they've had to adapt to that generation after generation, and it's hard to adapt. It can take hundreds of years, and people don't understand that, because it takes hundreds of years for the white people in Elizabeth to try to adjust after poverty. And it doesn't matter what your culture or where you come from. So they didn't ask for their culture to be upside down. And so I have a lot of respect for them. And there's a lot that we can learn from. And what I was getting at is there was two little kids. I think one was a little girl and a little boy, and an older girl. Girl was about 12, I think she said, because I asked what her age was, because I am a big believer of children welfare, of making sure children have a safe journey in their life, would be a better way. Whether it's family, because biggest abuse is from family. I know, I've been there, been involved with it all. And you've got to protect these young people. So I asked if she's old enough to take her little kids around doing what they're doing. And so that's why I asked. And so I gave a little bit of money that I had left, because I thought at first I didn't have any money left, because I only just come out of hospital. And I had a lot of bill medication and stuff. And I found out there was more money in my bank account because I lost a week. That's another story. And so I gave what change I had. So I thought they were nice enough and they were very polite. So I told them some stories. I told them how the sleepy lizard got its name. To the stumpy lizard, because the sleepy lizard is named because it's tired all the time. Right? It's tired because it traditionally in Aboriginal culture that it drinks a lot of water and it just moves around really slow. Basically, it's to preserve energy because it's cold-blooded. And the reason why, whether it's true or not, why the sleepy lizard, when they hang around, there's no snakes. Because the sleepy lizard, we went down to the water hole one day and to get water. And this big brown snake, which is a true snake, which is a brown snake, it's named because it's brown in colour, came down to fight with sleepy lizard. And what this story is about is tribal clashes for food and resources. And so that's what the significance of this story is sometimes you've got to settle your tribal clashes. And when you have a bit of a scuff, you've got to work out that maybe it's better just to move on and keep out of each other's way. Well, getting to the story, Sleepy Lizard and the brown snake had a fight over the waterhole for tribal ownership. And Sleepy Lizard curled up, and the only defense he had was to curl up, and he had a really fatty tail and a really, really hard nose. As well as if you've seen a Sleepy Lizard, it'll latch onto you and won't let go. Well, that's what it can do with a snake. So it's the only defense mechanism is its mouth and its fierceness of its mouth with its tongue going, and it goes, and what it did was scare the snake for a bit. Anyway, the snake was desperate and still wanted to claim the waterhole. So it turned around and bit the tail. And because originally the tail was pointy, like a blue-tongued lizard. Because the blue-tongued lizard and the sleep lizard was possibly very similar cousins. And it went a big chomp, and the tail got eaten off, just a portion of it. And what happened was the snake could have eaten the Sleepy Lizard up, but the fattiness and hardness of its scales gave the snake such a tummy ache, and it was full of water, and it wouldn't go down. And the snake isn't a python; it's different, you see. And it got such a tummy ache. It ended up running off, sulking in shame. Because the Aboriginals know what a lot. Shame is a very important thing. It means shame is as a mechanism basically is for conflict and resolution. Shame is a very important way of surviving, because if you've got ability to have a bit of shame and embarrassment, it can save a lot of problems with wars and stuff. So that's very important. And so, yeah, the snake was shamed and went off. And now when you see a Sleepy Lizard ever at the waterhole, you'll never see a snake. So if you ever see any Sleepy Lizards, you'll never see the brown snake, because the snake was shamed. So it was just an example of how it got its name. And these children, their eyes were lit up, and they thought it was great that the story was very unique and represented their culture. Because I think a lot of the children here don't get opportunity other than school now to learn their own culture, because the parents a lot of times are only just learning how to survive themselves, let alone culture. Because I have a policeman mate that's Aboriginal, and I want to get in contact with him so we can sort of connect and get some art and children and whatnot, and get back to their culture and get the Aboriginals to learn their own art and start teaching themselves and learning different stories and developing these stories into art. Because I've got another one that's a white man's story about how kangaroo and emu, why they walk forward and never walk backwards. Well, on Australian arms, they have a kangaroo and an emu. It represents going forward. Whether this is true or not, I don't claim that anything that I say is true, but it's very interesting as stories go. I'll let people be the judge. It's like a disclaimer because I don't claim to be Aboriginal. Right. They were kangaroo and emu were fighting all the time and run. They ran. Even when they were with the kangaroos, would use their tail to balance to run fast. But the emu, they got big legs, strong legs, and they can run like a fast chicken. So the kangaroo couldn't keep up. Even when emu got tired, because emus I've seen in real life, I'll keep running right out into the sunset or wherever. And, they won't stop. And they were running and trying to embrace each other with their claws, and the emu's got big feathers. So they're able to ward off the kangaroo with its big tendons and claws and stuff. That's starting to look good on camera. And I've still got to do dots in the circles. So watch out, guys. Watch this space. And we've still got 4 people watching. And they were fighting and carrying on and tripped over spinifex, tripped over rocks. Old man kangaroo, big red kangaroo and old man emu got tired and they tripped over the poor wombat, and the wombat got grumpy, and that's why wombats get around so grumpy all the time, and so dig holes underground to get away from the kangaroo and emu, because the kangaroo and emu were tripping over all the time over the poor wombat, and that's why wombat spends a lot of time under the ground to get away from kangaroo and emu. And they ended up making a truce. And that's why the emu lays its eggs out in the middle of the paddock, where the kangaroos will run freely and live in peace. And from today, that's why the kangaroo and the coat of arms are the national emblem, because Australians need to move forward. Oops, I can fix that. That's good, because that's the motto, is always move forward. I tell these little stories with more detail, but I'm just discussing them today. With these new rules, though, well, you've got to be careful what you say. They can say that they're children content, and then you're not allowed to get monetised, because I'm nearly close to be monetised. And I mean, after all, if I can get a bit of supplies and stuff, it'd be handy. With super chats and that. Americans learn some of these Aboriginal cultures, yes. They wouldn't spend $10 trillion on conducting war machines, trolling and being world police. Exactly. If Americans learn some of these Aboriginal cultures, that's right. See, that's why shaming is a good mechanism of conflict resolution. It means that they can, it's not a negative. What it means is they're willing to walk away, be ashamed, and get over it. Where's my finger? There's actually red there. I can highlight that. But it blends in nicely anyway. I'll just finish this area here. See, I don't have yellow ochre. That's okay. Because what I'm going to do, some of this orange, I'm going to add some yellow over the top and get a sort of similar yellow ochre. Or some gold nail polish, which will orange, which will make it a shade of yellow ochre. I believe. I'll find out, won't I? So I've got to start moving because some of this paint's going tacky. But I wanted to work out, where the orange would be best balanced anyway. Best balanced. Yeah. But some of this orange is going to be half. Turn it into yellow ochre, so it doesn't matter if it's a larger quantity, because this is a representative of a big painting, and that's what I want to show, because it's the same technique whether it's a big painting or a little painting. So this can be yellow ochre if I add some yellow to it, or gold. And it doesn't have to go right to the edge, because I don't want to overlap too much anyway. My doggie's there, she wants to get out, so just bear with me, guys. My doggie's there, and do you want a pat or you want to go out the door? You want a bit of both? Get a pat and a door. There you go. The music comes back. Oh, it's only 12 o'clock. It's good. Been going for nearly 3 hours. That's all right. So I just want to finish this, the Aboriginal side of it. Then I'll get stuck into the other, because they had the luxury. They had greens and stuff because of their rainforest, because they had different frog gum and different gums from saps, turned stuff into green. They had jade, or similar to jade. They even crushed up shell where you had all those greens and blues, and be able to make, with the sap, turn it into colour. Yeah, so depending on their culture, where their environment, more to the point of what's available. I mean, let's face it, there was some Aboriginal areas that used to simulate each other, because it all come down to survival. I mean, we're all not perfect, and some have learnt from each other. Simulation isn't the answer, as they did it in Africa too. Some of the Africans try to simulate each other and push them into the western side, west-south of Africa, and they had to live in caves, and they ate a lot of shellfish and some of the roots and stuff like that above ground. But most of their food was because they were frightened of their tribes that they were simulating or was getting simulated. So they stayed in caves. So what they did was a lot of their food source was shellfish. And the proof of this, archaeologists and paleontologists are for reptiles, dinosaurs to be more accurate, maybe. But they studied some of it hand in hand to learn from each other. And shellfish was the biggest part of their food source. And they believe it was because of whether there was a shortage of food or there was simulation occurring because different species mixed and others, because it wasn't only just human, there's different, they had to adapt and change with the climate that become different people or different style of people. Survival of the fittest. Get my teeth in right first. Yes, it was fantastic. Like one culture that way back discovered colour was Scottish. Scottish had all their war paints in their primitive and in their pagan way of living. Yeah, they had a lot of blues and stuff. I don't know exactly where they found it. I'd like to study it more. Be important that I did. But that's one of the next ones I'm going to learn. Now, I just want to use up all this paint first, remembering that I'll turn some of the reds and yellows and that into yellow ochre, different shades. All right. No swirls. Oh, there is one over here. This will end up being a swirl, which is not a problem. But I just want to use the paint. It's starting to dry now. And I want to take up whatever I can. Yellow ochre there. Orange. I mean, the Aboriginals had a unique yellow ochre. A lot of the European countries, they had to make up things similar to yellow ochre for mixing other colours. But the Aboriginals had some of the purest source of yellow ochre because it was part of their rocks. And they mixed certain clays because clay was like a gum that would be able to, once it's dried, you could harness it with the other colours and create a colour and use it with longevity. It's amazing stuff. I love it. Right, let's do some more dots. One there. A big dot for that one. Big dot for that one. Big dot for that one. I've seen some of these examples of the Aboriginals using the paints that are available today with abundance of colour. Man, the wildflowers and stuff that they go. Like if they had the ability of those colours, well, they may have, but not longevities, like colours that lasted for a long time. Man, some of the art they could have done, because their knowledge is no different to what they create now. It's just all comes down to what's available. Man, the beautiful artwork. So this is what I do. I've got a red. It's more of a red. Or shall I use a brown? Might use that gold. Because after all, who says it doesn't have to use a gold or a glitter? So I don't get precious. If I need to open it, I open it. So I'll put a little one there. Oh, that was a big piece. We'll fix that up. Right, we'll get one there. One there. One there. Hey, this is coming out of heaps. It's okay. I'll fix it. I don't mind. See, there's no mistakes. All happy surprises. And wonder where I got that from. Or maybe a certain chap that used to be a sailor or an army man, something like that. His name was Bob. I love Bob. Try not to mimic Bob. No different to I don't try to mimic the Aboriginals. For example, I had a troll one day, and it was when I was on Inu. I think it was my first or second video, which you can imagine how new I was there. I didn't have half the equipment, and he was trying to tell me, don't be a Bob Ross and all this, and I'm thinking, man, this is only my first or second video. Give me a break. And anyway, instead of allowing him to be a troll, I embraced him and asked him, I'd like to help you. How can I help you? What can I teach you from all the years of training, that valuable training or unvaluable training? Because that's when you go to college, some stuff isn't really worth being trained in. There's a lot more important things. And quietly, I could hear his voice nearly in the comment, because I hear feeling. And I said, what would you really want to learn? He says, I'd really learn to colours so I could learn how to paint. So, because I'd like to paint a painting for my wife. And I said, I can do that. My next tutorial, because sometimes you get arrogant and you forget what you can or what you know or what you should be teaching. Because after all, teaching's art is the new paper. I mean, I taught firefighting, but art is different. And so that's what I did. Whether he watched it or not, I don't know. He hasn't trolled me ever since, so who knows. But I thought it was one way of turning a troll around. And what happened to the music? Press play. I'm on now. I'm using it on my old TV. Still got 6 watching. Oh, here you go, Mark. Mark Davis. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. If you ever want to pop in a chat, I do have a link there on YouTube. You could jump in. He's my favourite moderator, Charlie. Down the track, I'll make you blue. I don't know if you're blue or yet, but he's a good lad. He might be got school or something. He's only a young lad. So, how old are you now, Mark? I think if you're until you're 14, I have to justify whether or not YouTube will allow me to have you as the moderator with the new rules, but we'll work that out later. There's ways of getting around it. Not that I want to make you do the wrong thing, but put it this way, YouTube is only there to save their own bacon and make us police everything, because if a young lad wants to watch undesirable content, YouTube will allow them to do so and turn a blind eye and not care, and then make us look like we're the bad person, right? And that's how they roll. They don't care. They don't put any measures, stopgaps of getting a young lad or young woman watching inappropriate subjects. Because without going to details, they could watch it all day. And they don't want us to have any child content that we can make money on, because the reason is, if they allow us to push to make money on it, it gives access to children information through cookies, and it's just selling. The people that market are the ones that are doing wrong, not me or an everyday YouTuber that are doing the right thing. It's people that are dishonest, and they're the ones that are making the dollar, not the YouTuber. It's the people that are trying to sell stuff by using the information that the cookies provide. Because what a cookie is it gives you the opportunity not having to reload your password and an email. I mean, adults love cookies when they're lazy, and YouTube has allowed them to use that so they can access it through Google as a privacy measure. But it's illegal for children to have that same access. And it is true that we want to protect the children, but why should it be on the onus of the YouTuber? It should be the YouTube protecting the children. And this is why it's got messy. They won't allow us to do this, won't allow us to do that. Because when I have children involved, I always make sure it's transparent, so the adults know what they're doing and what they can learn. And that's what I do. Because I've been a counsellor, a youth worker, and I know how important it is and how they can be influenced. So I know how it all works. So they've got to work with us, not work against us. It'll so backfire too, because there'll be that many YouTubers saying, "Stuff this, I'm not going to be making any money. We'll leave this platform. We'll make money somewhere else." See, I tried to get my cake and eat it too, have a child show as well, but they've made it that hard. I've got to make all my content now not made for children. And now I'm not allowed to have any children material. Like I'm not even allowed to have Mickey Mouses or animation, all those sort of things. I've got to police myself. This is not a rant. This is just how it's all crazy and explaining to some people how it's all working. Because the laws have been there, but YouTube have been ignoring it and blanketly lying and saying, no, they don't use the cookies for exploiting the children and giving out the information that's valuable, that they're not allowed to give because of security for children. So they've been lying. And now they've been caught out, had to spend millions of dollars. And who pays for it? We, the YouTuber now. They put the blame on us. All we're there is make money legitimately without taking information that you shouldn't. And YouTube has. They've been giving information out illegally. So it's going to get a lot messier than it is. There will be a lot more changes. You are allowed to join the stream. If you want to click on there, you can, because it's not in effect until December. And once it is, we'll cross that bridge. They're not going to penalise me or anyone else until there's been breaches made one or second time, because they can't do that. So yeah, jump on if you want. Do you need the link? All right, the F-bomb. I don't use the F-bomb. So good. What is it? It's about 42,000. I mean, I know there's young lads that go on to inappropriate, age-restricted to get their kicks because they like some of the F-bombs and thinks it's funny and clever. I don't. I tell them, well, if you're going to come to my stream, you're not going to experience that. So, yeah, but they're making it hard. So if you want the link there, Mark, you're quite welcome for it. Just fill out and I'll reissue it if you need it, if you can't see it. Music ain't too good. You could probably do some copyright music, non-copyright music too. Hope that's getting a bit of variation in the colour, because that's what I'm trying to achieve. See how you go, Mark. Just let us know if you can get in the chat or not. You're welcome. You've always been a very courteous young lad and very knowledgeable. That will change colour once it's dry anyway, and it'll mix. And again, once I highlight the black, and the reason why I use black, it makes it pop. And what I do is I put the detail where the bushes sort of like the leaves and the variation, and that represents the area that the spinifex covers and the different species that live there. So I can put yellow on some of the orange, a bit of red on some of the orange. So you get some different colours, or a bit of brown, which will happen. Will start looking like a bit of fluid art like I was doing last night. Like I've got a young friend that I just made last night, and his father is a good drawing friend. And my first thing was, does your father know that you contacted me and wanting to become a friend? And he says, yes, it's okay. I says, well, I'm sorry, but I need permission first. And he said, no, it's all right. I said, anyway, his father come on. He said, Trevor, it's okay, because that's my name, Manic Magic. He said, it's okay, mate. I said, that's all right. I don't want any harm to come to any children going to the wrong people. I said, I'm a good person, but there's others out there that are not. And I mean, let's face the facts. Don't bury your head in the fact that there is bad people out there. I've experienced very bad people in my life. I've experienced people that are really mixed up and wanting love, and in the wrong places and in the wrong way. So I know what it's like it is firsthand, and I own it. I'm not embarrassed. It's part of the mental health that I occurred through because of it all. I mean, there's all things in the back of my mind and it's happened in the past that I can't remember. So I just own it. Yes, as a YouTube creator, they're making it very hard for a money-making platform. I mean, as an artist, there's a lot of YouTubers out there that can make money if they've got a very good art ability, a regular and marketing ways. There is money to be made. Money's not a bad word, because some of us are here for that and then others aren't. And some just will never get over their 700 views for their video. It's like someone says, oh, you won't get a big channel because I've been on here for about 5 or 6, 7 years, and the biggest I've got is 700 views per channel, per video. But I've said, you can't compare oranges and apples. This particular person only does live streams, and he attracts some people that aren't very nice. And people won't grow any bigger because they shy off of that. They don't want the drama. They don't want the F-bombs. So that's why his show will never, ever get as big. Where if I make my material a lot more stricter and put in safeguards like only allowing certain people on as a moderator, well, I know I'm not going to get the F-bombs. It's blanking music. I'm going to have to do something better than that. I will. I'll upgrade my computer. I could do it on this computer, but the bandwidth sucks it out of it so much. So I just got sick of it now, and I just split up the computers and just try and get a best show I can. That's it. Yeah. I will have to cut back and add a little bit of yellow in some of the areas because I've taken up some of the yellow, and these circles are going to look like circles if I have something to do with it. See how I want these pieces of yellow and that to look like they're badly eaten sandwiches. But going back to that person, that's no disrespect to the person. That's how he does his channel. But you can't go and poo-poo me and say that, oh, my channel's never going to grow. It only makes me more determined. Right. It'll look a lot different eventually once I block out certain areas. And then isolate what colours I want them to be. Like a little bit more yellow ochre where the orange is. And a little bit more red where the red is. On camera it doesn't show it. But here it shows it. Yeah. Right. The water holes, I'll put white dots around. Yeah, starting from January. I might have to get a smaller stylus. That's all right for the reverse approach because I can get blue, painting where the white is. But I'll use the stylus for this one. Because they don't have to be perfect circles. And they're irregular. I'll do there. I've got some baby styluses. Yeah. Some real babies. Yeah. I've got styluses everywhere. Where's the link there? Let's get these little dots happening. I don't know if you can see that first one in. Yeah, you can. It doesn't look too bad off camera. No, but I can do better than that. This stylus here. This is a baby. Look at this one. Let that focus. Let's see if this works. Because even if it's got excess. Oh yeah, this is brilliant. So I'll do white dots around this. Yes. And using the excuse as age 18, age restricted won't be an excuse. I mean, I had a friend that had a subscriber along with a 12-year-old girl, and I knew it was going to problems. I'm sure he was only using the 12-year-old as bait to get more people's views, because he was promoting to get this 12-year-old set up, because she got some bikes stolen on her. Won't go into where and when, and find out that she had lots of ways of getting money, because that's how they support their YouTube channel. She's got all the watch hours and all the subscribership, so it's not like she wasn't making any money. So thousands of dollars that YouTube created to support her. And I mean, he was using it for his own reasons, to promote his channel. and they had a birthday party for a adult, and all it had was a cartoon character of the old Wonder Woman, but it had her top section of her body showing some of the flesh. Well, they watched the replay. They weren't even involved. She rang him up because they had contact information, because they had donations and that going back and forwards. And yeah, she gave him a big ear chewing off. Sometimes you're better off just doing things yourself. Because the guy that helped me with my channel, he wasn't the best teacher. Plus, he lived right over the other side of the world, so his hours wasn't good for me. So I couldn't get contact with him, and vice versa, on a regular basis. It was helping me with my animation. And it wasn't like I asked him, he offered. And he got so demanding, he was leaving messages on different ways of getting hold of me, and getting quite rude. Like getting upset, like, don't get upset with me. You're choosing to spend all this time on my channel. I appreciate it and everything, but my channel was running quite fine before you helped me. And it hasn't improved anymore just because the animation's better. In fact, because I was spending more time trying to be with him, trying to get my channel good, because it was the translation difficulty, because he comes from a foreign country, or America, but he's a foreigner in America. And so it was lost in translation. So he thought I was having a go at him. And he abused me on his channel, on someone's channel. And I was actually thanking him, because he actually gave me a tablet and a heap of stuff as well that he didn't need, because he cancelled his channel because people wasn't supporting him or saying bad stuff. Well, he believed those saying bad stuff anyway. Sometimes it's just not worth it. Just work hard. Just do your art. It'll do itself. Yes, once you get it alive, it's all these borders and making it pop. See, another way I used to do it, I used to do it on an orange piece of paper and then just put the yellows and reds and stuff on top. And it saves a lot of work. But remembering half of this orange will be ochre. I'll put a translucent yellow on it, and maybe a bit of gold, till I get it the colour I want. The orange is fine. I'll still add some more red. And the trick is too, once you put a glaze over it, the red becomes red, the orange becomes orange, and any other ochre or whatever in yellow will come the colours that they come to. At the moment, they're a little bit pale, but once you put the gloss, translucent gloss, it becomes like they're all gloss paints instead of just poster paint. And my doggy's at the door, but I'll let her in a minute. I won't do anything to the blue because they've got nice swells, But now I will do something to the yellows. I hope that's dry enough. So first of all, I'll find the centre. Near enough the centre anyway. There are all the yellows, or circles anyway. Right, then I'll go around the outside before this paint dries. Oops. The Aboriginals, they would swipe it with a cotton bud. It'll take up most of it. But I could do one or two things. Leave it there. And then just paint over it, because I think I'm going to make more of a mess. Just paint over the outside to make it round. But they would take pride of putting the dog of the uniform shape with a space in between. To make the dot art, it's very important. I'll see what I did. Oh man, I've messed up on this one. Not really. It still has a very good effect. Like I said, I can claim to be a perfect dot artist. Done a fair bit of it my time though. Done it since I was in primary school. See, it all comes down to this. The paint's starting to tack up too, get tacky. If I was a better artist, well, I can be a good artist, but if I was being more disciplined, I'd wipe the excess off the tip of the stylus. But me being so frugal, I only decided to do it now. Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to get a bit ratty just here and that, but I'll fix that. That's better. See the little peaks on the meringues, because that's what they look like, will soon relax, become a circle. So I'm not going to overdo it. So I just scoop up meringues basically. Once I've done this one, I'll get my dog in. She just likes tapping the door. So I'm here, Dad. I can come in if you want me to. But if she doesn't, if I don't, she sits on the lounge out there, because I've got a lounge that my friend gave her when she was a few years ago. And she still uses it. She loves it. You want to come in, Zig? Leave the door open a bit for you. It's not cold. My stylus. I think I'll get some more paint. Where I've used the paint, I'll use as a novelty as white little spots. Won't put out as much, as well as I'll go faster. Right, that's good. Let's go. Just check what chat's saying. Yes, they're happy colours. See, the Aboriginal colours, which you'd be aware of, Charlie, if you're from Queensland. That's what I assume. Is there red, blue, and yellow? Sorry, red, black, and yellow, representing their flag. The black just highlights the yellow and red. So that is very happy. See, because there's a lot of paint on this, starting to buckle. With acrylic paints and watercolours, it does that. So what you do is you dampen the back of your paper or cardboard, and you put some boards on top and some heavy books and boxes with, I have a box with heaps of books in it, and that's usually heavy enough. And let it flat for a couple of days. Then you come back and this applies it how crisp and straight it becomes. It's called stretching your paper, re-stretching it anyway. I think I got these whites a bit close. because I'm overreaching. I can fix that afterwards. Just keep on fixing until it's eliminated. That's where Sharpie pens will come into it. See, I've got these leftover pouring dirty pours with the oil acrylic hybrid, and I made like solar system planets. So if you didn't catch it, these are some of them I've done with the leftover pours. So I'll cut them out into circles, and then I'll do a 3D painting. What you do is you get this canvas and you're upside down, and you put in a bigger canvas, you put black, spray paint it a little bit with light silver, then you put some stars in that. Then you place your solar system. First of all, then you put a glaze over it, and then place your solar system in it. But you put some Velcro pads or stickers behind it to give depth, and then you can get a clear plastic or acrylic that's clear, and then you put some other stars on it around where the planets are, and then you can glaze that, and then to paint the edge, paint the inside all black, and then you put a piece of plastic carbon sheeting over it to seal it. This will all be black down the sides as well, but on a bigger one, and it'll be a solar system. And you can do like painting an astronaut or a spaceship in the background, those sort of things. It's one of my projects. It's ongoing. The reason why it's good with art, it's ongoing. It's just not an excuse because you abandon it and then come back. You want to allow it to dry and get a bit of creative juices in between, thinking about what you could do to make it better. Because there's some of them I art. Oh, did that a bit crusty. Is I've changed my mind and developed better techniques. Well, it's not looking too bad. Like there's a little bit of mistakes here I've got to fix up. There is ways of doing it. You get this little cursor or stylus, and you just cut away some of the larger white, just so it's not so bad. You can see these things. Check each one, see that they're done. I think I've got 3 more to do. So I'll wait till that dries. Take that away. Right, put one there. Put one there. Don't worry that there's a bit of red, orangey colour there. So I'll fix that up. No, I'm not worried about the mistakes. It's all creative. But there'll be some out there that would be upsetting themselves. But over the years, if I was going to be worried about mistakes, I mean, I've had some brilliant examples of art ruined from shifting, lost, given away. At the end of the day, I'm not going to worry about a mistake. Because there's some people out there that don't see any of the mistakes, they just see lovely creations. It all depends on who loves it and who may not. Oh, there's some people out there that think they don't like art because they think it's not cool. I don't like shallow people that are projected to peer group pressure. And when I was explaining to them, I could do this and do that, customise shirts and stuff, I thought, oh, it's interesting. I think that's about it for the wire. I'll continue this white that I'm using here and start highlighting. I use flat Sharpie paint, do all the detail there afterwards. But one, it needs to dry, and two, you need a very steady hand. And paintbrushes just don't do it for it. I could, but it's a lot of work. And I know there's Aboriginals that do it, First Nation people. Yeah, I've been doing about one video every second day and tried to do a live stream every day. But I found out rules and that I can only do live streams for 12 hours. After the 12 hours, the watch hour doesn't count. So that was a waste of time. I did 19.5 hours. Yeah, that's right. So I just want to put black now to in between to border it off where those shapes are, so it makes it pop. That represents fire and smoke coming out their nose, and they always had a big tongue. Is when they do their haka, they actually talk about the fire coming out their nostrils. and I'll highlight that and then do some effects around it as a border. I'll just wait till I get a couple more black textures. A lot of that will just be done in black now. Yes, a lot of that needs to dry, so can't do any more than that. What else was I going to do? Yeah, how long is the stream going? 4 hours. No, I'll probably end the stream then. And yeah, thanks for your company. Thank you, Charlie, for hanging there for so long. And quite a few people have popped in and out, which is great. So as you can see, the artwork's looking really good. I've come a long way with it, and wait till it's finished. It will pop because it doesn't need any more blue than what it's got, and it doesn't need any more yellow. I just got to break up the orange with ochre and orange, so it gives it a bit more contrast, and then highlight with black, like squiggles, shaping where the spinach areas are. And then highlight with black on my islander part, and that will come up really nice. Then I'll do one on fish. So I don't know if I'll show you. Is it here? Just as a treat. I don't know if it's... Or is it in this box? It's probably over there somewhere. I've got too much stuff there. Probably down here. No, it's not. That's all good. So you can look at my latest videos, the other videos of my tribal art, and you'll see some of the examples. They pop. Some of them just black and white pop. No, I'm leaving as well, so you're not being rude. It's 1:10 here, and I need to hit the hay. Yes, I've got lots more knowledge regarding colour. But down the track, if you pop in my streams or even watch the replays, and the good thing about replays, some of it you can just pass through it and go to the good parts. So yeah, have a good time, having a sleep that is, and yeah, have a good sleep. All right, no further ado, I'm going to end this stream. Okay, subscribe if you haven't. Hit like if you haven't. Leave a comment and ring my bell. No further ado, Manic Magic is out.